Hello, people. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I could do compiler stuff. I could do game stuff. Both of those things would involve programming. If you know what I'm saying. Anything is possible. The only limit is your imagination. Anything is possible. I could work on beta 64. I could continue work on the thing that I was doing last night. I kind of want to take a nap, even though I just got up. I've been up for 3.5, 4 hours. I don't know what I've been doing. I literally do not know what I've been doing all day. Compiler, we could... let's do the compiler thing just to put that issue to bed for now. So what we were doing, last night we had a bug with the compiler and basic blocks, with basic blocks in macros. They incorrectly computed what's called whatever you call it, the dominating graph of each basic block, and you use that for optimizations, right? And we were using it to know when certain constants already existed in certain value numbers. So if that computation was incorrect, we would be sad, and we were. But fortunately, it was not... it was not that hard to find. Because it was night and I was tired, I was like, I don't want to think about the real solution to this. But I think it's actually not that hard. It's just, it might require a little bit of special treatment. So like I was saying before, what we want to do is merge I need to look at how this works again. So the deal was we would make the basic block. When you say make basic block, you pass what I call a split point, which is just basically a place that branches to somewhere else. And the reason that split point is important is, hey, that represents where the dominating tree will join up. And so we could, so our temporary thing was to make a split point at the start of the macro and then always use that. And the reason that's not great is that could cause us to miss out on some optimizations, or at least maybe lean on the rest of the system to rediscover those optimizations. But that's not great, because it means that macros would generate code that is slower to optimize, or that may be less optimal in the output. So it seems good to fix it. Also, if we do this, then it means we could handle go-tos later, right? So the deal is, I mean, we know when we generate one of these exits from the macro, like we make the go-to literally right there. And so if we union that, if every time we do a go-to, we take the intersection of all the dominating trees, which in this case, I believe we happen to know that that every dominating block has a lower index than the current one. And that means that finding the intersection of those trees should be able to be done very quickly. Like I have in my brain, it's like, hey, whichever one has the highest index, do a while loop. Okay, you have two blocks. If one block has a higher index than the other, then walk it to its parent, right? Continue until they have the same index, which will either be, 0 or greater than 0, right? Once they have the same index, then you just take the min of the instruction index. And I believe that will work. I believe that is correct. So that sounded easy and fun. Like I thought of that last night. I was like, oh, that'll be good. And then I got up this morning and I didn't eat breakfast soon enough. And so my motivation is a little bit, we're going to get some caffeine. We're going to get all this stuff. So the only little bit of trick with that is, if there are no branches out of the macro, for example, you don't know, I guess we set prior to this change, I guess we set the dominating info when we close the split point. I need to relook at that and remind myself of how that works, right? And so because you don't know how many instructions are in that basic block till the end, the unsplit one, in the case where nothing happens. Yeah. Library level wish list stuff. Let's save that till after this. And the reason is, I'm just thinking about this right now. So I want to get it over with while I'm thinking about it. And then we could do maybe some lighter things. About notes, you think it would be nice to be able to put them on functions, structs, and statements. But that doesn't answer the question about how those are stored. The question is, how does that work and how do people use them, right? Is that a good pattern when people are going to use them? So yeah, let me do the camera. Why don't I do the camera, people? Hello. Why don't I warm up some tea? I have an iced tea here, but it's not doing it for me. I want a hot tea. Or maybe I want I don't know, guys. Okay. So. Let's look at that make basic block thing. I want to remind myself how it works. Split point. All right. we say add basic block, we pass a split point. Yeah, so I think finish basic block is the thing. Oh no, okay. I maybe need to name this better. Like whenever I go back and look at code and I don't immediately remember how it goes, it's it tells me something. So like before, when we added a basic block at the start of a macro, oh yeah, it's here. So we were working on this last night, and I did this punt thing. And I guess I could look at, remind myself what that did. Oh, I just updated my laptop. Otherwise, I could look there. I think we were setting record split point somewhere else. Like, it was down here. Yeah, it was here. It was like, okay, if we have jumps that require patching, now, yes, okay. Okay. Yes. All right, so if the macro doesn't have any return jumps, then we don't actually even make a separate basic block after the macro is done. We just continue flowing, which is great. So if we need patches, we make a new basic block. And okay, we're going to put a no check in here. Because I think we don't need that at all. I think here's what we do is we go for we make a split point for okay. We need on each of these, and we may know this information, but we need to know we need to know a basic block and instruction index for that. Which okay, this is a little bit annoying because we don't have either of those pieces of information. Like, this is a little bit weird because in general, we're trying not to use instruction indices. Like in jump instructions or whatever, right? Or I don't know, like whatever cases you would do, relative branches. Because the whole point is, if you're designing this thing where your optimizer moves things around, removes instructions and so forth, you don't want to be constantly maintaining those indices, right? That's annoying work. So we don't really try to do that. Okay. Well, so I'm just, before I go doing all these changes, I want to think about whether it's really the way to go, right? So the change that I could make is here. This could be a bigger data structure. That's not really going to have much of a performance impact on the compiler as a whole, because this only is return statements inside macros, right? And this could store the instruction index and the current basic block. And that should only be used at this one other site. Yep. Okay. So actually, I could have these be a split point, right? What is a declaration of split point? It's just a basic block and an index, right? Like, we could just make split point right before outputting that instruction. Like, it's confusing because it says predecessor, but this is just like whatever basic block we're working on right now. This is a little bit confusing naming, but okay, so I could say, over here, I'm going to say, so we're just going to say, we're going to add this. The instruction is this. Split point equals split point, right? So here we say, so we make the split point before the jump, after the jump. I guess it, Do we make split points before jumps or after jumps? That's a jump target. Okay, I guess we're doing it before the jump. Okay, that's fine. So we make a split point and we do this. Okay, so that means return jumps requiring patching. I use the word info too much. It gets confusing eventually. Okay, so this is going to be a different data structure. This is going to be a macro return jump, actually. We're going to say it's got one of these and one of these. You know, I used to not like defining small structs for things, but this is really something I do a lot more now. Okay. So now the place that uses this is trying to use the wrong thing. So we have to go to that. Oh, wait. Let's call this instruction. Okay. Right, so this place, I did this wrong. We're not going to do any, well, so we're going to want to merge or intersect the split points here. And then when I get down here, it's like, okay, this is not a thing. This is not a thing. Down here we say, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It looks reasonable. The only problem is this is different. So instruction. This is boop. Dang it. Fucking, this is why I made a programming language with a reasonable for loop, because iteration in C++ sucks so bad. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm just going to do that. I don't know now. What is my atom data type? It's nothing. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. It's not interesting. It's like one of the least useful data structures in the entire compiler. Okay. I guess we'll run tests on this. This is going to be, we probably reintroduced our bug because we're no longer using yeah, let's go back to, which file was it? Was it there? Yeah. So this was our test that was reproing the bug that was in Sogabon game. Okay. So yeah, so see here we're saying V17 equals V14. That was the bug because V14 is defined up here, which is after this jump. Okay. So we have reintroduced the bug, but that's fine because now the fix is to do the following. Okay, we're going to intersect split points. Okay, so while where's split point defined? So we have a basic block. So we're going to say we do some stuff and then okay, so we need to know which one of these has the highest index, which we should know from here. Basic block index. We could put an assertion here. Okay. While this this should actually just be a split point as well. Anyway, what was our definition of split point? Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. It's a little confusing. Okay. We just do that. Really? Whoops. Confusing. I don't have min. Oh my God. Dude, the Emacs is so slow. We'll just type it out. All right. Wait, what? Does MFVC zero in memory while LVM doesn't? I mean, there are very specific rules in C and C++ about what gets zero initialized and what does not. And you should know those rules. If you do not know those rules, you cannot program in those languages. What is an atom data type? It's just terminology that goes back to Lisp. It just means a global representative of an identifier. So if you have 37 identifiers all with the same name, they all just point to this thing. And then you could, for example, compare them by pointer instead of comparing by string if you wanted to do that or whatever. I don't actually do that because the problem is these aren't quite atoms. They're like local ass atoms. It's hard to explain. Anyway, atom only really meant global like later on in Lisp. What it really means originally is not a list, which is not really the sense in which it's meant here. Okay. Look, V25 equals 1, V7, yes. Okay, so what I kind of have to do, though, is step through this code to make sure it's not just like luckily working, right? So let's do that. So we're going to be able to get rid of this punt stuff and all that, which is great. Okay. So the call is line 130. Yep. Okay, so here we just set our split point. No surprise. That's great. It's got a dominating of something. It's got instruction index 13. Great. That is, by the way, a much later. So one of the flaws in our punt version is we had to make a split point before the first jump because we didn't want. We could have scanned the code for jumps, but that would have been ugly and kind of slow. So didn't want to do that. Okay, here we go. So it dot split point. Different dominating and instruction 16. So we're going to see what happens here. They're not equal. B goes to its parent. All right, so now we have A, we have B. They have the same dominating now. Uh-oh. That's not good. I guess we don't set that in all cases. Is that supposed to be set? Okay, so this happens to work, but it works because we just... This is actually worse than our original thing because we get... Now we're going to merge these instruction indices and we're going to get -1. Which I guess is legal, but worse than our punt result. So we want to fix that. I guess the deal is I don't know. Let's take a look. I feel like maybe we don't set dominating instruction index until later when that block is closed. And we're doing this inside the macro expansion. So the macro expansion is not itself closed yet. Let's see. Right? Like actually this closes the previous block. Right? Let's just make sure that that's the problem. See, even if things appear to work, sometimes you want to look. Because a lot of times programs don't really work, but they just look like they work. Okay. I'm looking for assignments to this. Okay, so like add basic block with a split point. Okay, so that's interesting is we set that here. This is a totally different thing. And this is the stuff we just did. Does someone else set dominating? This is weird. So finish basic block doesn't actually do anything to the dominating instruction index of any one. So let me just assert this, Because I feel like maybe it's happening here. It might not be. It is happening there. Wait, wait, it's happening right, literally right where we are. What? What? Split point instruction index. Split point. Oh, well, that's because we computed a -1. Okay, never mind. This is happening too late. This seems to be the only place that sets it. Does type comparison by pointers still work across DLLs? We have never, like, it has always been the plan to make it try to work, but it has never worked in the sense of nobody has ever run code that did that. It's just the plan to do it, if possible. But maybe it's not important too. Sometimes you could kill yourself trying to make things happen and they're not important. So we just kind of have to see. It's sort of also like, hey, you could make some heavyweight thing that merges type tables, that launches when the DLL loads. But then, like, so right now, type table data is baked into read-only segments of executables, right? If you wanted to merge it when DLL's loaded, it would have to be more dynamic than that, which maybe isn't good. But then the problem is, okay, you can load DLLs while your program is running. So, like, do we want to modify it at that time? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. If we think it's important enough, we could talk about that. Like, if we felt like we could expand the type table array without reallocating it, right? That would be a way to do it. Maybe we could somehow go to a representation that doesn't use pointers. I don't know. There are potential ways to do it, but there are enough downsides. It's enough complexity that I'm not sure at this point if it is something that we should semantically guarantee in the programming language. Which might be fine. The rule might instead be, look, if you know your module generated the two types, then you know they compare. But like if someone passes you one from some unknown place, then maybe not. Like, maybe also like there could be some things to help with error checking. So if we did that, maybe there's a function like assert that this is from my own type table, right? Which would be a pretty easy assertion. Something like that. I don't know. I don't want it to get complicated and gnarly, but that's always the goal, is to do the least complicated and gnarly thing. Feels like I am using dot dominating an extra time. Well, I don't fucking know. Let's see. That might actually be the problem. Merge. It's just, okay. Intersect split points. All right, so see, A dot dominating is actually just the basic block that A is in. That's what's making it confusing. No, this is correct. This is correct. The problem is just that the data on B is not well formed. Isn't A dot dominating already the previous A dot dominating arrow dominating? What? It's a loop. I think you're just being confused by the variable names, which is fine because they are confusing variable names. Or maybe I'm being confused and this doesn't mean what I think it does. But I think this means here's the block that's our parent in the dominating chain, and here's the instruction index of that. Like there's no magic here. Oh shit. No, this is the problem. Fuck. Ha ha. Okay. The problem is we're changing this and then dereferencing it. So like if you don't read the left-hand side here, it's correct, but because we're doing, yeah, okay. Okay. We'll just change this order. Okay. Hey, look. It appears to still run. It appears to do the constant in the right place. Let's take a look here. Split point. 7. Yay. That is better than our punt. All right. So if we look at this output, so this is basic block index 0. So it's the first block, instruction 7. So yes. See that? See that? That is the right answer. And that is better than our punt, right? Like we still have punt here somewhere, right? Punt is like record split point, which we can get rid of. That is block 0, instruction 2. So this is great. So we improved from there to there. GG's. Hopefully this answer is not, like maybe I didn't think about this problem hard enough and there are trivial issues with it, but I hope not. All right, so we can get rid of, okay, first let's run tests on everything. I don't think this is going to affect most tests anyway. This only should happen when macros have return values. So, you know, but we do that a little bit, especially in the game. There were macros with return values. That was sort of where this issue was coming up. It's like x86-64 instruction names. I mean, we use the word move. That's the only similarity that I see. I mean, when you consider that x86 only has about 37,400 instructions, having one called move it makes it basically the same. Basically the same. Okay. Now the thing is, I actually did simplify out the macro. Maybe I should put it back. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so okay. Slightly better code generation, but also self-respect and knowing that the compiler is not made by Bozo the Clown. Okay. That's worth it, right? Right. Okay, so we got to get rid of this thing, split point. Boom. And then everyone who complains about that, gone. 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 Okay. Okay, I didn't put anything about split points in there. So that's fine. Okay, so we compiled. We still have a no check-in, though, because I said comment this. Yes. Okay, so okay, so this is the assertion. Like, as we go up in the hierarchy, it has to be a strictly lesser index in order for this to work. I think, yeah. Because that's why this works. Because you always pick the one that's higher, and you make it lower, and then they'll eventually get to the same point, and that's guaranteed if they're ordered, right? Let's run this again now that we changed everything. We'll actually run the game. Oh, I guess Lee is like x86, except That's, dude, we had Lee on my Commodore 64 and on my TRS 80. Can you put notes on some structure to check at compile time that it uses only when a mutex is locked? We're going to have something like that, but I'm not sure that notes is the best way to do that. Maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. Okay. So how much optimization is currently done in the compiler? We have a pretty good Weissman score. We have a pretty good Weissman score. Okay. This is pretty good. That was successful. Successful. I kind of want to go to bed. I don't know why I'm so tired today. Maybe I caught COVID. Boom. Victory. This is dominating chain, really not tree. I still want to do the small library stuff. Well, how about let me know what it is and I will decide if it's something I want to do ever or right now. There's some big library stuff that I want to do. I mean, we need to do some more simping at some point. Maybe that'll be today. Maybe we'll simp today. Send via the Discord. Let's see. Missing functions. I don't know if I'm going to agree that they're missing. Depends. Let's see. Okay. Okay, math module sign of So here's the thing, and this is something that I'm still trying to tune. Okay, like one of the problems with software is that somebody's making like a library or module or whatever it happens to be in that programming language, and they feel like it should have all the functions that everybody wants to use. And the problem with this is that there are way more people who want to use your thing. Like the union of what all those people would ever want to use is way more than what any one person wants to use. And so eventually your code gets dominated by code that most people mostly don't care about. And that's what it looks like to everybody, right? And then once a giant thing is like a ton of code and it's mostly code you don't understand or care about, you're not going to like go read it and understand it and modify it, right? And so I'm trying to do this thing where like we basically add the functions that need to be there for certain tasks, You know, so like sine of a float, like, is there a sine of in here? No. So like, I wouldn't add sine of a float just to have it, because like, you could just do that if you want that, right? Vector 1, I could kind of see, but the same, like, you could do vector 1 if you want that, right? Like that's a little bit of a niche thing. Min and max is a little bit different because we have those, but they're in basic, right? I mean, what for max of float 64s, you could use this one in basic. I mean, I guess it's a little bit weird that that's not in math, but math is sort of like matrix vector math, right? Maybe it'll get renamed at some point. Like I kind of don't want to do any of the things that you said. So I'm looking at this thing. Examples code that has an event loop and runs on Windows should always call, the time begin period. You wasted half a week on not having sign of. The 18 millisecond resolution thing. I mean, I don't even think anyone ever calls time end period. I think people just call time begin period. But what are you saying? The events are coming in a more chunky way, or like what? Because I thought that was really only relevant to really old versions of Windows now. Applies to Windows 10. What behavior are you seeing when time begin period 1 is not called? So what time begin period, it's this really stupid thing. You set the refresh rate of the Windows multimedia timer is what that is. And that used to be a thing that games kind of had to do in order to perform acceptably. But over time, I believe most of the problems have been removed. But it is one of these things in Windows that like is not very good and doesn't make a lot of sense. And in fact, the thing that's really ugly and horrible about it is that is a system global variable. So when your program calls time begin period 1, it like changes the multimedia timer rate for your entire machine, which is not, this is not really considered a good thing. Without setting it, you get wake up on sleeped threads as a resolution of about 18 milliseconds. I see. Yeah. I mean, that's not really, if you have specific suggestions about what examples that could go in, we could maybe put it there with a comment, but like that is more of a Windows thing than like a programming language thing. So I wouldn't put it in the how to program in this language how to or anything, but like, maybe in some of the sample programs that render in 3D or something. We could put that in the thread module for Windows. We could just default that actually. we could just, if you create a thread, I mean, it's pretty gross. The problem is it's pretty gross to put something like that in there, right? Oh, wait, it's not global anymore. I guess they still set it to shitty values by default for backward compatibility. Like, I don't even know. Sometimes you just really want it to work. Yeah, but like the entire point of this project is that we are fighting back against the mountain of giant shit. And you don't do that by making a mountain of giant shit. All right? Like, so I'm not sure what is the best solution here. I actually kind of wonder if we ever call this in Sokoban. We may not. Let's see. We do. Oh, in Bananas we did. But Bananas is not currently running. Yeah. Do I like Ass Imp? I have no idea what that is. But probably not. I like almost no software made by anybody, especially not in the web world in the year 2021. So C++ library for 3D meshes. Well, we use our own mesh format, so there you go. Okay, so I mean, okay, this is a problem where like Windows is lame by default. You have to call this function to make Windows not lame. The question is, how do we best do this? If we just put a function in modules thread and say, hey, if you're on Windows, call this thing, that's one thing. Another one is we could have a module parameter that says call time begin period at startup on Windows. Now, the thing about that is I mean, now you have a surprise that you might not know about. But At least if you look at the module parameters, you see it there. So it's not like it's totally stealth, right? You want to write better software from now on. What should you do to start? I mean, just understand how much your computer can do versus how much you're getting out of it, and understand how, like, there's two dimensions in which people are usually very bad at software, right? One is just efficiency of the resulting software, but two is how long it takes them to do simple things, right? So just notice how long it takes to get anything done and ask, what could I do to accelerate that? Just want it in the sample code for the real-time 3D examples. Maybe that's good enough. So let's not pollute the library, but we could do this. We could put a warning down here. Okay, warning on Windows, if you don't call time begin period 1, you may get very laggy and jittery thread wake ups. Windows is lame by default. We didn't want to. Like, who thinks that 18 milliseconds is an acceptable amount of time? That's like such a 1970s number. Okay, so we have a note there, and then, yeah, we'll put it in. How about, well, just like Blobman and so if we're on Windows, we'll do that. I'll just do this. Okay, so okay. How is it 1 p.m. already, guys? Okay. Blobman, go Blobman. Why are the ghosts on top of each other? Okay, they're very unoriginal ghosts. Okay, anyway. That's great. Come here, ghost. No. Oh, got him. Okay. Great. Okay, so we will put a comment here. Delete these turdlets. I hate these turdlets. I removed 113 turdlets from the file. That's great. Oh, geez. I don't want to screw up the indentation. I must have messed up my replace. Okay. Okay. I should have manually done it. This is what I do in compiler development. This code is making me baby rage right now. Like, look at the pastage. Just look at the pasting. Oh my goodness. I am just about to replace all of this, even though it has nothing to do with anything I'm doing. Okay. Oh my God. Anyway. Like, literally, there's one parameter. Like, it's just the checkmark number is what's different. And then here these are all the same sizes. These are all, I mean, this is arranging these horizontally. No. Okay, hold off. So these sliders are all, they're just got vertical coordinates difference, right? I don't even see where that's happening. Loop unrolling. Okay. Can anyone tell me why the y coordinates are different here? Maybe that happens later. Let's just do something here. I can't even read this, right? So after we do all this, I'm just going to go for I is 0 to 4. S is sliders that, right? Actually, literally that. And then we're going to do this, except we're going to go here to this. Okay. Then we're going to do these. Let's just make sure that compiles. Okay, we still have sliders. Now, I sort of feel like I feel like the Y position is juiced later on. Also, these variable names are kind of confusing, so I don't know. But I'm just literally going to do this right here. And, whoops, sorry, I compiled the wrong thing. Whoops, got to compile it. Probably I broke something. Nope, because it changes them later. So literally, oh, no. Okay, here's the thing. Here's somehow... Maybe it was like that before. Hold on. Yeah, it was like that before. It was completely fucking broken. Okay. So that has nothing to do with what I'm doing. They're just not deselecting ever for some reason. I don't even know what these, I guess that's speed of each ghost. All right, so we have to figure out why that's broken. But like I can't tell what all this is supposed to do. Like if there's any difference between these different sliders, I do not see it. It's the same code. Just paste with the index different. Okay, so it's got this cold and hot circles. So we can look for that. Oh my, yeah, okay. So this happens for other stuff too, not just these sliders. All right. Actors. Cold. Okay, UI element toggle. Okay. For all the buttons. Okay, we can clean up. So when this code was written, we didn't have the anonymous enums for these things. So we could generally probably do this, globally speaking. So if mouse is in range of the rectangle, wait, does that mean I can only release? Okay, it's kind of growing in response to the mouse. You see it's growing like off center though. It's like expanding to the lower right, which isn't great. But anyway, so it's noticing that I'm not over it anymore, but it doesn't. Oh, I guess that's buttons and these are sliders. So I guess we want to look here. Let's get rid of these wherever useful. Oh my God. Holy shit. We got some, well, this isn't what I was planning on doing today, but we actually give out this code with the compiler. So we're going to have to factor this. Okay. I mean, this is a interesting exercise. I get to see what kinds of code other people make in this programming language. Okay, so do I fix these frickin' sliders? Like, I think they've just been broken forever. I think we have to fix them. Yeah. Okay, if mouse is in range. Otherwise, I don't know what mode pressed and released mean. I mean, I don't, like, what, can I just try changing some things until it works? Okay, this is extra confusing. Now it changed color. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, if mouse is in range of rect, let's get rid of this UI scale mode. So that's like whether it's growing or shrinking. So I think mode is like pressed or released is maybe like, is it actually active? But I don't know, like maybe that only affects the visuals. So this is sort of saying, hey, if the mouse is outside the actual rectangle, I guess we could still move it. But of course, the problem is that is always what's happening. Okay, let's factor this a little bit. Okay, so if the button is down, if we're not pressed, we don't do anything. If the button is down, we either continue sliding. This is like a pasta of this, right? So like, okay, we think about that later. So, I mean, this is also, okay. Like this is all the same as this. Okay. And these are mutually exclusive anyway. So like, let's do this. Oh, no, we already have the backup value. So literally this goes here, right? This would have changed the code's meaning if we were saying slider.mode, but we're saying mode, which was copied from up here. All right. So okay. It's still behaving the same, but maybe this means we can make sense out of it now. This is like a Zachtronics game. It's like a de-paste game. Okay, so if we're pressed, let's just say that, right? Hey, look. Oh, yeah. You can sort of grab, you can pick them up if you move the mouse cursor over, but this is still vastly better behavior than we had. Okay, so we only want to do this if so that we grab the slider if button is down. I mean, maybe we want that. It seems wrong, though. It seems messy. So we only want to do this not if button is down, but if button was pressed. All right. Let's just try that. These might be a little small to like click and get, but okay. So now I can't wipe across them anymore. All right. I am super triggered by the fact that they grow to the lower right, so we're going to have to fix that too. So what does clicking on the ghosts do? Whoa. What? Oh, is that just because they hit the... It says clicking on the ghosts in the code. There's all this code for clicking on the ghosts. We're going to have to go look at that as well. Oh, maybe it's these ones over here? Oh my God, dude. Okay, it's cute that these grow and stuff, but we're going to have to edit that. Okay. So let's do that right now. Okay. Key current state dot bam bam bam. Okay. Clicking on ghost. No, UI element scale. This is probably frame rate dependent, like heavily. It certainly looks like it. Okay. Okay, great. Great. We're moving forward. I don't want to fix this right now. I'm just going to leave it. We'll make it go faster. And we could at least... Actually, do we have a DT? Current DT. Oh, okay. This is better. But it's also like fucking resolution dependent. So K is O dot. I don't even know. I mean, we approximately want. What was our default DT? Yeah. So that's a 1 over 60. So 1 over 60, right? Actually, wait. 0.3 times dt no times. All right, we just want sorry guys, my brain is not braining. All right, so it's going to be like this, 18 pixels per second. Okay, so UI element scale. Current DT. We're just going to always pass that. I maybe didn't need to pass it, but we're going to because it's just a good idea. All right. Oh, DT. Yeah, that didn't make sense. All right. Okay, that's way too fast. Oh, I guess that's like, I made it come out to about 1. I don't know. I don't know what I did. Holy fuck, guys. You will note this also doesn't cap itself. So you can overshoot, by the way, I think, right? Unless somebody else caps it. Oh, right. I didn't put DT. You are correct. No wonder it's too big. Okay, but anyway, yeah, you can overshoot. So, oh, min size. Oops. The irony is I was actually going to work today on the UI library we use in Sokoban, which has a lot more stuff in it and has had a lot more work put into it. But this is sample code we are shipping, and the line must be drawn here. This far, no further. Okay, so now, fucking... The problem is, if he's drawing these from the corner, maybe I don't want to deal with that right now, because like you need to draw them from the center and know where that is. And so if you're drawing from the corner, it's like, ugh. All right. Let's find out what clicking on the ghost does. So, oh my goodness. All right. So, red ghost. Or, oh, that was here. Okay. So we can sort of see that there's some parameters there, I guess. Okay, so red ghost, check mark. Pink ghost, check mark. Let's do these. We could have fun with this, actually. This is going to turn into a little bit fun. Actually, maybe not. Because... So red ghost is what? That's a ghost. So if we just... Like, why do we have different procs for all of these? We just say red ghost and buttons, right? And pause. Right? Scaling percent. What's that? That's just out there. That does not get modified. So that could be a double colon. And we could even do that. Okay. And then, so red ghost check mark. I mean, like, okay. We're going to do this, right? I mean, oh, like, there's no like user data. Okay, we'll do this one step at a time. We're going to pass the proc for now. Okay. That's fine. We're going to ignore the ghost parameter here. Okay, button.position. Oh, pause is, right. This is pause y. Pause is a vector 2. Okay, so we still have red ghost check mark. That's great. Well, we will do all of these. Oh, hold on, let's get this. We'll put this here. Oh, let's put that. Right? Okay. Let's make sure that runs again. Great. Love it. Now, here's where we cash in on all of this. So this is going to be proc red, proc green, or pink. Wait, what? Yeah, it's pink. So we're still gonna have pasta here, but we're reducing the pasta. Okay. Proc green. Oh, the buttons need to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the shutdown, I don't even know. Okay. Okay. Pasta moderately reduced. Ta-da. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So let's just chill this out a bit. Okay, now we got to get rid of these procs. Never in a modern video game or really any applications program, never make a UI element with a callback that doesn't take a data parameter. Because if you do that, you're saying the data is going to be stored in globals or hard-coded like it is here. And the problem with that is in a threaded program, that's a disaster. You never want to do that, right? So why am I messing with this? Because we do give this out to beta users as sample code. And so I'm just keeping it real by improving the sample code somewhat. Okay, so what we want to do is get rid of all these procs that are obviously the same thing. Right? And the way to do that is just firstly, have the proc take an info, right? Or a value pointer, pass the ghost in, right? That's why this is there, right? And then we can have one proc for all these guys and get rid of most of this code. But then also, well, yeah. Then, but why is this disable thing? This isn't really stored on the ghost, which is probably where I would put it. Is that in actors? Okay, so that's in debug mode. I'm just going to put that on the ghost. We're just going to do this change. So if we're in debug, we're going to have disable, which starts as false. And that way we don't have as many variables floating around. You could put the ghosts in an array because you don't need a separate, like all of these things are going on the ghost, man. Like WTF. Okay, hold on. Let's do them one at a time. Red ghost disabled. No. Let's just see who complains about this. Oh, it's disable. Oh, I'm in the same file. Right. Red ghost disable. Okay. We're still going to be stupid here. Right? We're still going to leave these procs around. Actually, no, we'll go. We're just going to get it working. And then we'll change the buttons. I don't want to, like we have multiple choice, choose your own adventure about which way to go. I could go fix the button callback proc, or I could, disabled. Blah. Okay, so, whoops, wrong file. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Because this is gonna be a parameter anyway, right? So it's like, there's the parameter. And then we're going to come back and make it a parameter later. Pink, green, orange. Okay. Okay, so now oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Hello, rating people. We are cleaning up some code. Okay. We're just going to leave. We're just going to not baby rage over this right now. Like, dude, I don't even know. I don't want to know why it's subtracting off positions and stuff there, but some things man was not meant to know. Do you know what I'm saying? Holy fuck. Okay. Sorry. Let's be nice. Okay. Dude, this whole file. This whole file is everything pasted 4 times. I get. Oh no, not exactly, because the ghosts, like in Pac-Man, they have like different navigation routines. So it's not quite like that, but pretty close. Okay. Okay. Why do I keep missing? I thought I just changed this. There's so much. There's so many. Like how? I'm just changing the same things over and over. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. This is good. This is good. All right. Great. Great. There we go. It runs. We can speed the ghosts up, slow them down. That's great. They got arrows on them showing their targets. That's great. Okay. What was I even do? Oh yes, we were now going to put on the buttons. Where is button defined? Okay, that's on actors. So button needs a procedure that takes a void star. That is very important. Always, 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 always. Okay, so now it's going to frickin' complain, but that's good. So, ghost proc. All right, so ghost proc is going to be here. There we go. And then we get rid of this. We get rid of this. We get rid of this. Well, actually, we don't need to pass the proc because, like, who cares? It's ghost proc. Oh, we changed it to, yeah. So we just delete this. We just delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Okay. Type mismatch. Oh, yeah. We're going to make it a void. It's just a way of cheap genericization. Okay. That's a different proc for someone else. Right? If you don't need it, don't use it. All right, another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Oh yeah, we got to set the data. Okay. You got to do that. Ghost proc. Ghosts. There we go. Hey, look. Okay. So I'm on a roll. So we've only managed to delete. We were at 2286 before. So we're 47 lines down. Oh, wait. We forgot about this. Okay, we're more than 47 lines down. We're 100 and something. Okay. Okay. So we saw all these things up here where we had red ghosts, like all this stuff. I'm just going to put these on the ghosts. Like you could be all either SOA about it and have an array of this stuff identified by ghost ID, or you could like what, but like the worst possible thing is just to have a bunch of globals for it. Not the absolute worst possible. There's worse things, but this just leads to code that is very repetitive and pasty. I think the enum should also be removed. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stop modifying this at some point because I actually want to work on my own stuff. It's stored in SQLite DB. Yeah, okay. That is definitely a thing that could happen. Why do we have so many viewers all of a sudden? Did we get more raids? No. Okay. So, like, I could, like, literally the size of this code, I don't know if you could cut it in half, but you could come pretty close, I think. And that's a lot. Like, it's hard to make code smaller, generally, unless it's really so this code is very inflated because it's a lot of repetitive things over and over, right? Okay, so do I want to? Okay, let's take a look at these. Yeah, I agree. Those slider enums and all that stuff, they don't do anything. All they do is they prevent you from treating things as arrays of data, which you want to treat things as arrays of data. Like, and why do I say it does that? Because, oh no, I guess those don't actually necessarily. All right. Anyway. Okay, this UI mode stuff, we're just going to put this on the ghosts, right? I'm going to say UI mode and position before pressed. And, well, pasta. This is the painful thing, is like often the best thing to do is keep the program working, but like you're living in the pasta and changing way more than you should have to change if it wasn't pasta, right? But like, so that's just the most disciplined thing sometimes, right? Maybe I should have factored this, but you can't really factor it together while it's all referring to a bunch of different variables, right? Whoops. Okay. So now we're still missing the UI mode. I don't remember. Oh, here we go. So we're going to say underscore ghost mode is underscore ghost.ui mode. Okay. Whoops, I did the wrong. I hope I didn't. Oh no, was that my replace? Did I do my replacing correctly? No. Okay. Okay, so actually we can't really be sure that this is even working because I don't know what clicking on the ghost does. It's supposed to follow the cursor around. Or something like that, but I can't get it to do that. Oh, but they don't go through walls? I don't know. Like it doesn't. Like that was just the game resetting because they ate Blob Man. So like this code doesn't actually do anything. So maybe I should just comment it out. Is it not the disable button? No, these are the stuff that we were just doing. Okay. I mean, I thought about that. No, these ghosts, I don't think. So this button is down is talking about the mouse button. And this red ghost dot position is literally the board position. All right. So let me slow them all down. These sliders don't like to go to 0 for some reason. Okay. Yeah, like I literally cannot. Oh, wait. We have to be paused. Oh. Oh, okay. No. Here we go. Here we go. Cool. Cool. I don't know why it lets me put them off the squares and stuff, but okay. All right. I get it. Great. Okay. So this is what we have to keep this working, which should be no problem. Okay. So we're just going to, again, we're going to want to make this into a parameter, right? So we're going to say ghost is red ghost. And then any red ghost here, we just turn into ghost. That was the point of doing these things. Okay. So we're going to go, well, let's make sure that compiles. Oh, right. There's going to be a few of these. I feel like that should actually be an implicit cast. What's happening is the thing, it wants it by value and we're giving it a pointer. And I actually think, I've been thinking for a long time that in this programming language, that would actually be an okay implicit cast. I would not want that in C++, but here it's probably fine. All right, so we pause and we can drag the dudes around. Now, it's like they're all on, it's not releasing any of them somehow. Like it made me drag all of them. Okay, like this whole thing, as you can see, it needs some help. But step one in giving it help is to fix all this. Get rid of the pasta. And that doesn't have to do with the thing that I just did because all the ghosts were doing that and we didn't change any of this other code. So the point of doing all this was to be able to say, this, right? It's like, this is one of the things that they actually do tell you in programming school is program. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. All right. So we could pause. We can drag. See, it's like that drag got both of those ghosts because they were together to start. And if I drag, it's just like, remember how these were? If I like dragged over them, they would all go. It's just like that with the ghosts. Yeah. Okay. But until, okay, here we go. So we're going to put maybe drag ghost. And then we're going to go red ghost, pink, green, orange. Pink, green, orange, and then delete all of this. Okay. All right. The thing is, I don't remember that happening in the... Wasn't I dragging? Maybe it did. I don't know. I don't know, everybody. Anyway, how are we doing? We're down 1985. So we have shrunk the file. More than 10%. 15%? I don't know. So like, let's see if we can figure that part out. I'm about done. My patience with this current task is just, except holy shit, dude. There's going to be one more thing that I want to do. But, okay. Okay. What am I even looking at? Oh yeah, maybe this code we were just doing, maybe drag ghost. It's probably exactly the same, because see how this code looks a lot like what that button code was. So I'm just going to factor this. So then we have, yeah, we have this whole thing is a pasta of this whole thing, right? Just like in that other code. Okay. I see how it is. We're just going to do the same transformation we did, right? So we did this, and we're going to say if orig mode is equal to rest, right? We do all this stuff. Whoops. Okay, just like with the slider, and then all of this goes away. And then what did we do with the slider to actually fix the problem? We changed something here. Actually, hold on. Before I do this, I didn't really verify. Yeah, no, this is the same. This is, it's literally the same. Okay, same. Same. Okay, so this probably still doesn't fix the problem. Yeah. And we're still going to have a double hit problem no matter what, because we don't detect who's on top. We'll do that later maybe. So button released doesn't really seem to work. I mean, that's weird. I don't know why it's rejecting some squares. That's something we could look at. Like what? Okay. How are we doing on size? 1966. What did we do on the slider? We said, if mouse in range of rect. Oh, we literally, this is the same thing we did there. Okay. So now the question is, why are we rejecting? This must be position before pressed, right? This might be something where maybe I didn't notice a difference. You know what? I bet. No. No. I feel like it might be like, see, because it's doing all this weird stuff about adding debug screen width and whatever, and like, that's going to confuse all this, isn't it? Like what? What? Like it definitely sometimes rejects us. And I don't remember it doing that before. So there probably was something different in the pasta that changed, right? Let's take a look at that one more time. Why am I spending this much energy on this? Well, I mean, I'm not going to do a full rewrite of this anytime, but the thing is, if the whole point of this software project is to enable higher quality software that's more robust and faster to write and all that, we have to like illustrate to people how to use the programming language. And if the illustrations are too far off, we're not helping anyone. And we're also not proving out our thesis, right? Of being able to write really good, robust software in this language. And so it's important to keep a grip on it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so here's one of these drag functions. And it really is the same. It really, maybe I just didn't notice all the rejections before. Let me run it on my laptop real fast, which has none of these changes, and I could see how it behaves. Okay, here we go. Sliders. Oh, the sliders don't even work right on my laptop because like something about the rendering scale. I can't even click on. Okay, so there definitely were all the same way when we were sliding all sliders at once. That's happening. Okay. I don't know where to click on things because it's off. Okay, so I'm dragging a ghost around. Okay, it isn't rejecting, right? So I remember this. So it's not rejecting, but it's also not like snapping him to the tile at all. So I feel like, oh, and it is doing the thing. So we didn't add that either. It's doing the thing. Hold on. I don't know where to click to get the orange ghost, but there we go. Once you get them, it's like they're all together. So none of that was bugs that we introduced. So the question is, but I can drag him to literally anywhere and then he doesn't snap. So we did change something. I'm not sure if it's better or worse because I feel like it's supposed to snap. People are saying that I deleted something from an if. Yes, I mean the released thing I deleted. Did I delete something else? let's go back to our situation here. So the thing that I know that we removed from an if was this part right here. I deleted ghost.size from else. This part? Oh. But that part doesn't even seem to work. That's supposed to be like the scale up and down. We can put that back. We should put that back, but I don't think it's going to matter. All right, so this is right. Okay, yeah, when I put this down on the bottom because of all this pasta, right? Maybe that it probably matters. So we basically need this. Right. Whoops. Boop. Yeah, that is just about these guys growing and shrinking like the buttons did, which they don't even seem to do noticeably. I mean, this debug mode is supposed to be part of the point of this program, so like we want to preserve it if we can. But it wasn't working before, so I don't know. Also, even if this were working correctly, like snapping the ghost all the way back is a huge fuck you, like not finding the closest point, you know? All right. I might be about done with this for now. Because it is super broken. Like the reason why I don't want to debug it is like it's changing world space positions of the ghosts, like plus and minus debug screen. Like what? Why? What is that for? Like when you start doing stuff like this, you're just asking to be confused. You know? Oh, you know what? I screwed this up right here. That shouldn't be pink ghost. I don't think that's going to matter for anything, but all right. Do. It's not actually rejecting anymore. What? What is going on? Oh, there we go. Now it's rejecting all the time. I don't know, guys. Like, program needs to get fumigated. We did some of that. You can only place the ghost if it clips a wall. That's not quite right. The slider you use UI button was pressed instead of UI button is down. Yeah, that's about the dragging over it thing. like, so we could fix that, I guess. It doesn't have to do with this other problem. Apparently the condition grid is not equal to wall. Oh, this should be is equal, right? Was that way in the original thing? Maybe it was that way in some of the ghosts, but not in other ones. No, it looks like it says not equal on all of them. So maybe that's just a bug going back to the original code, possibly. Wait. What? I don't see particular rhyme or reason about this either way. I don't think that... See, I don't even think it's fucking looking up the right grid square. That's what I think. I think it's completely broken. The debug coordinates show that you're dragging... Yeah, I know I'm dragging multiple ghosts at the same time. Like, that's a whole other bug. Because if they start on top of each other and then you click, you pick up both of them. This code doesn't, like, hit test the front one. Maybe the grid is offset by the debug. Maybe, but, like, if I have to start figuring this out, I'm just going to throw the computer out the window. So, like, I'm not even going to go there, all right? Like, why is this even happening right now? I don't want to know. I simply don't want to know. Sometimes it's just faster to write it over. That is correct. It's only like a 3,000 line program. Like, yeah. Okay. Well, it would be less than 3,000 after getting a makeover, probably. Where is grid pause even calculated? Good question. If I accidentally deleted the calculation of grid pause, I assume that that's updated when the mouse pointer is, right? Let's see. Oh, it's right here. I was blind. Actor grid position of ghost. Oh my God, dude. Several hundred lines could be deleted from here still. Okay. We're not going to do that right now. I've reached my desire to hack on this for now. Actor grid position. Screen to grid. Okay, screen to grid. Like, I bet that doesn't... I bet it's wrong because of that debug offset. Right? screen to grid, V2I. Yeah, like we're adding the debug window width and then calling this. So it's like, yeah. I don't even remember. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Like, it's been wrong the whole time. It wasn't snapping before. It just left it wherever you dropped it. So, so you didn't see that it was wrong, but it's still wrong. So, like, either we have to get rid of this debug screen width stuff, which, like, why don't you just subtract off the mouse position here, right? If that's what you want. I mean, we could try that and just see. So the question is, if this calls anything that looks at current mouse or whatever, that's not good. Anyway, I don't know. Why do I have so many windows open? Boop. Okay, now I can't click them. Okay, that's an interesting point. So the coordinates were correct, at least here before, because I was able to click on the dude, right? But that doesn't have anything to do with the maze, right? So wait, why is adding to all these not the same as subtracting from mouse X? Oh, it's this. It's this stuff. That's why this is so fucked. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. This is also gross, but it's only doing a gross thing to like one variable instead of like a lot. Okay. Hey, look. It's working better. Oh, but he was on a wall there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that was the problem, is it was trying to look in the maze, but the position it was looking was like a nonsensical position because it had been offset by this debug screen width. His arrow is off now. Oh. It's off by debug screen width. Well, and they apparently don't. Yeah, dude. I don't even want to know. You know what? Kill it with fire. Just, I don't want to know anything about any of this. Let's just see if that behaves the same after I drag, because I don't think I ever like tried pause, drag, if I can get him to drag. And then unpause. Okay, that actually works. So something else, like what happens when you start doing programs that do stuff like this is other parts of the programs are like compensating, and it just gets gnarly and gross like right away. So I'm gonna stop because this is better than we were, and we're just gonna leave it for now. What would I do if I were to continue to clean this up? I would try to get rid of this. I would try to get rid of. There's a massive amount of copy pasta down here in the render. It's like just again the same code 4 times in a row, so all that can go. And I would try to figure out. So okay. So one of the things that was going on is this mouse inside with the thing that we just failed to clean up. Okay, here it is. With this thing, like you don't see, this is asking for trouble because you're using a world space position with like a window coordinates. You don't want to do that, right? You don't really want, especially if you're like, oh, this isn't even that particular call. That's for the sliders, but actually, for the sliders, it's fine because sliders are just probably in window space, right? But when you start trying to use that on the ghosts, I'm trying to get back. Here we are. This is where we were. So using it here, this is not a good idea at all. At all. No. So what you want to do is basically have a function that says get world space coordinates of the mouse coordinates. And then you could modify your mouse coordinates by subtracting off the debug width, or maybe the world space function like does that, right? So now the problem though is because this is in the code, something else is compensating for this as well. Like the pathfinding, like something, I bet if we search for debug screen width, we might find some things. Oh, actually, it's right there. Let's try doing this again. You know what? Fuck it. Never give up, never surrender. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Current mouse pointer.x plus equals debug screen width. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to get rid of this. It's not current mouse pointer. It's current mouse X. And again, that's also gross, and we're going to fix that, but it's one gross thing at a time, right? Okay. So pause, drag, 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 drag. Yeah, so if I don't hit the wall, it's fine. If I do hit the wall, it probably should drop them in the nearest square, or you could keep the last valid square, like test every frame, right? Okay, so if we hit go, hey, there we go. So that's better. Okay, better, better, better. We made gains. We made gains. We made gains. Now we want to get rid of this. So mouse in range of rect. See, this is using current mouse X. It's only called 3 times. Okay, let's just say position in rect. It's going to be a generic thing. Top left point, dimensions, and position. All right, so current mouse I don't even know. We could deal with having two representations for that later if we want. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. Right? It's just, it's bad form to like use globals there. All right. And then, okay, let's exit this old. So there was one more. Where was it? Oh. V2. I was trying to use. What the hell is going on with this error output for the overloads? I have not seen that before. What is even happening? I was trying to use that because it looked like, oh, make vector 2. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird compiler bug. I'm just going to do this. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Position in rect, current mouse position. Okay. Okay. So, we don't have it. What did I mess up? Can I still drag these? I can. So this is fine. Oh, that was the sliders that we just edited, right? So let's test. Who else calls that? Buttons, right? These. Okay, great. The sliders. So it is the world space position. For the ghosts, I don't see the problem. Oh, we do sort of have this mouse X, mouse Y. Oh, right. I don't think that's the problem because we weren't actually landing on it, but okay. Yeah. Why? Okay. Did I not? Okay, guys. I hope someone saw that I didn't do this. Okay. Ta-da. Ta-da. Did we move the arrow with them before? I don't know. Ta-da. Okay, the last thing we could fix is the drag over, the hoovering it up, right? So as it was pointed out when we did the slider thing, we changed this from UI button was pressed, right? And instead of is down. You know, we'll keep this. Okay, so you only pick it up if you click on it as opposed to dragging over it. Let's wait for them to split up even so we get more ghosties. There we go. Pause, click. Look, I'm not hoovering him up. Look, look. Also good. Okay, now I can leave this off. And I'm still annoyed that I wasted like 2 hours on it. But we have improved the quality of the Blobman code for the people. And that has value. That has value. Yes, you can still pick up 2 at once. We actually could fix that too. So here we go, started, dragging equals true, and we're going to return actually, instead of started dragging, it's just going to be called dragging. Because if you're... Actually, let's do that here too. Okay, so we're going to do this. Now, this is still not going to be ideal because the ghosts are not sorted by depth, okay? But I should be able to click one and drag it. There we go. There we go. Whoops. Okay, wait. Oh, because the button is down. Okay. Okay. The problem is we're always this part right here. This doesn't actually matter. I don't think. All right. Pull one out. Pull one out. Okay. So they're not like depth sorted. In fact, they're anti-depth sorted. Oh. How awesome is that? All right. So pink, yellow. All right. So this is for the people. Improved the sample code for Blobman in order to deliver more value to the people. Blobman could still be substantially de-copy pasted. Okay. Great though, that's good. Let's just make sure everything is in order. How much has the Weissman score of Blobman improved? I mean, we cut it down by at least 15%, and we also fixed a number of things that didn't work. So that's good. Okay. I think I'm going to make some tea. And then I think we're going to do some simping. Because right now we can only simp two-dimensionally. And we probably want to simp three-dimensionally. And that'll take some doing. You want to simp translucently. That is probably true as well. Okay, here's the secret plan for simp, right? Is we're going to add simp 3D and we're going to add simp UI. Actually, we could just do simp UI today. Because we've been working on buttons and stuff. Yeah, let's do simp UI. Let me think about this for a second while we warm up some tea. Are there any questions on the code refactoring that we just did? Technical questions on what we just did. Does Blobman still crash when you go through the tunnel? I think that was fixed. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it's not. No, you just can't go through the tunnel. It's fixed. Totally fixed. Should add GL blend to simp. Well, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The whole point of simp is that you don't get exposed to the rendering API. So it's not like we're going to have an API for you to twiddle with blend modes and stuff. But we will have, like, I'm drawing translucent things or whatever. What do we even have right now? Let's see. It's been a couple months since I simped, right? I don't remember. So we have text. I don't remember where all the shaders are. By all, I mean like 3. So we say set shader for color, for example. Okay. So these are basically the entry points. So like set shader for images probably does have blending in it, I think. So that is just what you would use if you were alpha blending. This is, of course, not really documented, but simp is not really documented yet. You didn't quite follow when you mentioned that it's bad to modify the global coordinates for a blob when in debug mode. Like in general, you don't want to be messing with your world state to make it line up with the mouse cursor. Like that's just not a thing. That's just very like, oh, I'm going to mess stuff up and then unmess it up at the end. And you saw that was already faulty because there were some functions that assumed that the world state was not messed up, right? And it's also a very low-powered way to do things. Like, Blobman is kind of confused. The code is kind of confused globally because it doesn't really differentiate between world space and like window pixel space. It just has the same coordinates for all of them. There's no idea that you're going from one to the other, really. You could imagine trying that in 3D, it would never work, right? Like it doesn't even make sense. So, I don't know. But hopefully that gives you the idea. I could talk about that for a long time. Turn it on by default so the alpha channel works. It should just work. If you say set shader for images, it's supposed to work. I guess we don't have I guess we don't have a bitmap in the example apart from text, right? I think I just didn't want to ship a bitmap with it and load a bitmap. Yeah, set shader for color probably doesn't do alpha, but maybe it should by default. We could take a look at that. I mean, it's true. You definitely should be able to render translucency without a texture. That's for sure. This is the new game that I've decided to play. It has the same amount of gameplay as Castle Flipper. Look, I've got a square and it flips. Okay, if we were to make, so if we're going to do simp UI, we definitely need translucency in colors. But I feel like we must already have it. Let's see. Where is shader color? Wait, that's what we're already looking at. Shader color. Okay, shader color does not have alpha blend enabled. That's probably bad, right? Okay. What happens if I just turn this on? Works fine. All right. Well, okay. Maybe it doesn't work. Because I made the alpha channel. Whoop. That does not appear to be doing anything. Right, we need to set the blend source. All right. Alpha blend is going to be an enum u8 none alpha from texture, alpha from color. All right. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do that. And then how do you do this? GL blend source. No. How do you pick? Oh, it's in the frickin' shader. Duh, no wonder. Yeah, okay, never mind. I used to be I used to know about shaders. So my brain was reverting back to the fixed function pipeline days when you actually did specify those things. Okay. That was actually pointless. We may change that back in a minute. Oh, I also didn't fucking set it on the right shader, by the way. So that was miraculous. Where is the text for these? Shader color. Here we go. So here we say iterated color is vert color. Okay. Color is iterated color. That should just work, right? Why would the alpha not get out? Yeah, okay. So somebody mentioned the thing I just noticed. That might actually be the problem. Okay, there we go. That looks like an error, but we actually wanted it to disappear because we set it to 0, right? So here we could have a faded red arm. There we go. If there was something interesting behind that, you could tell that it was working, but there we go. Okay, easy peasy. That was silly. So let's do this. Let's do this. Because that's controlled by the shader. Such a silly. Everybody likes alpha blending, guys. Okay. Easel. Okay. Let's try some tea. We aren't simping. Now you're simping with portals. What was it called? Set shader for something. Okay. What's my thoughts on looking at user-defined defaults for struct fields as a constructor in terms of hidden cost of initialization in instantiation? I don't think there's any real hidden cost that would be measurable. I mean, either you want those values there or not. If you wanted them there, you had to put them there. And like the thing that's slow about constructors in C++ is that they're running arbitrary code that you don't know what it is, and that causes all kinds of problems. In this language, it could just be a mem copy if you want, or whatever. So it's really not in the same league. The red corner was translucent for a little bit, but you couldn't really see that because it's on a dark background, a dark plain background. Okay. Don't cough while holding a Winnie the Pooh mug full of hot tea. It is not the best. Okay. So for Simp UI, here's my dream. You know what, guys? I think I have a mission statement for this weekend because it's sort of a holiday weekend where Monday is a holiday. And that means there's lots of programming hours this weekend. So maybe I'm just going to power through something. And then it's done by Tuesday, or it exists by Tuesday. And that thing, when did you ship beta 1? Beta 1 was like December 31st, 2019 at 11:59 p.m. It's going to be Simp UI. And the goal of Simp UI is going to be as follows. If you just want to make a program that has some windows and has some buttons and some drop downs, just like some widgets and all that, right? Like the situation around this stuff is so bad that people are using like React Native or whatever to do that shit. Stylable with CSS? No. No, CSS will not go anywhere near here. CSS is very bad for styling, but stylable easily, yes. And so we have to give the people an alternative to something like React Native, or at least for people who want to program stuff in this language, it should be really easy to just like make a window with some high quality buttons and drop downs and other widgets and all that stuff. Now, we sort of do have a lot of code for that. If you witness the Sokoban game here, some people saw me wrestling with UI code a while ago, but we've got widgets of various kinds, and I forget which panels have the So these are actually subtly animated and they have like crossfades, and the buttons actually bounce when you press them a little bit, like the Blobman ones, except actually centered. And, like if we gave people a very easy way to do stuff like this, that would be good. Now, the thing is, we seem to have lost this technology. I mean, I think this is another reason why people probably use web systems or whatever, is that in web world, you probably still have UI builders that are kind of reasonable, right? In native code world, we had UI builders going all the way back at least the early 90s, probably mid to late 80s. But they were all developed around this object-oriented UI idea, right? And so if you're a game developer or something, you want to do MGUI or you want to do some flashy things, that UI builder culture just kind of dissolved. It didn't make its way. Does Dear MGUI have a UI builder? I don't think it does, right? So like if we give people a fucking UI builder and then you press the button and then you have that program, and it's not a bunch of spammy code, but it's actually clean code that you can interface with using metaprogramming in this language, that'll give us another use case to make sure metaprogramming is powerful and clean, and it'll give people an easy way to make programs, right? So I want to do that, and maybe this is the weekend for that. Yeah, I mean, basically something where, like, I drag over this thing and I say radio buttons, and then I select the color and all these things, right? And that would be like what I would have done by Monday is not the final super polished long-term thing, but I should be able to get something basic. Like I could just start with buttons, right? Just support regular old buttons and make it work, and go from there, right? So I am motivated to do this. I think. Basically like the iOS Android UI editors, but not sucky. Yeah, I don't know what people have done lately, right? Like, I have not looked at UI builders since the 90s, but my impression is they have not advanced in any real way since then. Odin used to support structure. Well, I don't care. Like, why are you telling me this? Yeah, I haven't looked at Figma, for example, because that's like a different use case. That is not a native application development thing. You love instantiating a new button and subscribing to its on-clicked event. Okay. So, I mean, on the one hand, I could work really hard for 4 days and do this. On the other hand, maybe I just want to chill. But on the other hand, I'm getting old, so if I chill too much, then I just die, and not that much gets done. So, I don't know. we'll see how I feel about it. But we could start by me making this stuff work. If I can get the same amount of value in the UI as is there already in Sokoban. Yeah, that's the plan. You can chill when you're dead. That is true. That is true. Sokoban UI doesn't really have a polished look. That is true. It's getting more polished. So like this stuff is more polished than the older stuff. But the plan would be to make a thing where it's polishable, right? The programmer art buttons are amazing over here, yeah. Anyway, I mean, this is professional game development UI right here. I hope you realize. So what I could do is just start copying out all the stuff that I did. The interesting part about the UI builder would be, how do you hook it back up? Because sometimes you know exactly what you want, right? So like here, I know what I want for all these buttons, right? But then when you click the button, I want to do something, right? And so I guess I put that maybe in the UI builder, or maybe I put that in the program. But there's always ways to make that better, right? So for here, you could just have a function called radio button changed, right? And you call that, or like a callback when it's changed. And it's just one function. And so you don't have to have a ton of little snippets, right, for a set of radio buttons or a set of checkboxes. But sometimes it's not like sometimes you don't know how many things you're going to have, right? So like in the lister panel, which is not super polished right now, but like if I go rock and select all, we have all these things, and you kind of would like to be able to use a UI builder to do this. And so you just want a way to interface with this in some fashion. Right. UI builders don't scale well. Why not? Why not? Can you make arrays of a struct without? Of course you can. Dude, like watch the first, like, oh my God. Okay. Dude, pretend like I know how to design programming languages. At some point, doing it procedurally is less work than clicking around in the thing. Maybe, but also maybe that means the UI builder is kind of bad in that department, right? I don't know. I just kind of want to try it out, make it work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new example program, and it's going to be like simp UI builder. Maybe it should have a better name than that. And we're just going to start by like, well, we're going to copy the simp example so that we have a window with a thing, and then we'll get a button working by copy pasting the button from the Sokoban stuff. Although I recently did a bunch of changes to this, so there's like button themes and stuff. And anyway, I'm just going to get a button working, and then you're going to be able to place the button around. And then we'll put the button like in a module for now. Maybe it'll be local to the program. And then we'll just keep going from there. And we'll see. Like I'm sort of imagining there's like a layout sort of designed for 16 by 9 or wider, right? Where you have like your actual window on the left, and you have just like a control pane on the right. And it's contextual, right? So you can go into different modes, and you can go into I'm dragging widgets over here mode, or you can go into, I don't know, changing the color. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. Is mouse listener already in the... What do you mean mouse listener? I think that sounds like a very object-oriented thing. Maybe UI Builder can generate code with notes. Yeah, maybe. Like that's part of why I want to do this, because it's a very interesting question. Because that was always something that was a pain in the ass with the old UI builders, is they'd spit out C or C++ code, and then you kind of have to interface with those from your main program, and that's annoying, and you get lots of compile errors, things go wrong, you know. So the question is how to make that really good, and that's like a test of the language, right? It's a test of the metaprogramming. And so to see like, what do we already support good ways of doing this, or you know, what can we do better there? Will you save the design to a separate file? Yes. So we absolutely would not be trying to parse the source code back. We would just save a save file, like a project file or whatever, that you would be able to reload. Probably need node upgrade. Yeah, that's quite possible. But that would be information, right? Of like, hey, all right. So we're just going to call it UI Builder right now. UI, let's get lowercase it, UI Builder. And we're gonna preemptively say we're gonna have something before we ship the beta that at least draws a frickin' button. And that will be value that we give to the people. Okay, why do I have so many windows? Let's close some of this stuff. Close the secret Discord. How do I close my Discord? Close Discord. Close Steam. Time begin period. Oh, we should add time. Okay, I'm just going to put this note to do later. Add time begin period to more example code. That is a good request. In fact, we'll do it here in UI Builder as well. In fact, we could put it in the simp example as well. I should comment this. Windows is very bad at thread switching by default unless you do this. It is sad. Let's just say sad. Sad. So we're just going to do that. We're going to do that. One-liner. We're going to have this sample program. And that's going to be our UI builder as well. Boom. Boom. All right. Let's make sure this example builds. Boom. So simpy. All right. UI builder. Okay. Oh, we don't have the data files from the simp example. Already a life lesson here. Modules. Simp. Examples. Oh. We're going to have to move that somewhere later, but for now, we're just going to leave it right there. All right. So we have simp. We're simping. Okay. Now, okay, where do these things live? I made all these theme data structures before. Panel. Okay. I'm just going to rip these straight out, dude. Not the panel part. I don't know how I feel about panel, but bam. Okay. This is going to be load UI. Oh. Text alignment, dynamic font. Is that called font in simp? called dynamic font. All right. That'll probably change eventually because it's a stupid name, but one thing at a time. Okay. Text alignment. Okay, this is going to be serialized. So we're going to go left is 0, center is 1, right is 2, and this is going to be a U8. We're going to be pretty strict about these things. Okay. Still says simp because we didn't really do anything. We're going to draw a button. Okay. All these input widgets and stuff we'll second guess later if we want the same functionality and stuff. And this, we're not copying any of this stuff because I hate it. But we're going to start with buttons. Now, I did revamp this button code. And I'm okay with it mostly, kind of. I mean, we're going to use this as an opportunity to clean all this crap up, right? So we pull one widget over at a time. We do the thing. You know the thing. So we're going to need rect, get rect. We're going to need these visible in scissor functions and whatever. You know, we probably port all over all the scissor stuff first, but we don't need scissoring or anything to get a program that is nominally speaking a UI builder, right? Like to get a thing where I can drag buttons around and then edit them and so forth. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so texture is gonna be. Let's do this. So we're going to say scope file, scope module. So font is simp.dynamic font. You might imagine that we have some way later of rebinding these to a different API because we want, like if you have a high performance graphics API, we're going to want you to be able to target these widgets to that as well, right? So we want to be independent of the API substrate to the greatest degree. Kind of like iProf is, Sean Barrett's version of iProf. Texture is what? Texture. No, it's just simp.texture. Anyway, you could rebind these to whatever data type as needed. UI. Okay, so UI.default panel theme. For now, I'm going to make a UI init. And we're going to have default panel theme. But I don't know what we're going to do about that. Okay, so in main, we're going to call UI init. Okay. Default panel theme we don't have, so let's get that. Oh, we have a function, right, that I wrote in. So I want to second guess that this is a thing that I wrote a while ago. So we have a function that says, well, okay, default. Where does this live? It's in panel. I should know this. Default panel theme. So I have these functions that sort of initialize and read these things out of like a visuals file. But I actually sort of feel like we don't really want to do that. Because this is like integrating with our main program. I think we just want probably default panel theme to be a, or whatever. Did I bring over panel theme? Yes. Okay. So we're going to say default panel theme is a panel theme. I'm going to put it right here so it's conspicuous. And we probably will want to set some things, right? Let's look at what we want some default colors that are ugly, but visible so that you don't just get a screen full of black on black pixels, right? All right. Let's just say, we're just going to go here. We're going to go using default panel theme, and we're going to set a bunch of stuff. We're going to pass that in. Background color is just going to hard code this stuff. Doesn't matter. All right. UI init needs to get called. So my init fonts, they're just going to pass my font. Okay. Button colors. We do not. That is a thing. I think that's a thing that adjusts, yeah, this modify color stuff. So we don't actually want that in this program. That's a game UI thing. I have two files with the same name. It's very confusing. Okay. Okay, panel theme, button theme, label theme, great, is visible, what am I trying to do? Button colors, let's just make a stub for that for now. Just put a cleanup on that. So this is returning normal and highlight, return theme dot I think it's like that. I don't know. Capital C. Set texture with default sampler. Okay. This is the part that needs to be simp. Let's not even do this yet. We're just going to get it compiling and starting and running and not even drawing anything. Because we're not even calling these functions yet. All right. Great. Now, back here in the simp, we want r is a rect. r.x equals I don't know. Whoops. That's what y. Whatever, we'll make this better later. r.w equals text width. Window width times 0.04. This is just silly, doesn't matter. Draw button. And I don't like all these parameters. I don't know what the fuck these are all. Oh, this is like a core button drawing theme. So we're going to work on that. So R, false, 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 hello, sailor. Let's say, okay. We obviously need to copy more, but see, this is not even good because, well, we'll get to it. We're just trying to call this code and get it to a point where it draws something. Text X. Oh yeah. Let's just, these are all garbages right now. This is all going to completely go away. So we're just going to do that. Whoops. Default panel theme. Oh, right. Okay. Text width. We wanted string. Wait, what? I didn't pass the text. I aren't past the text. Wanted float. and pointer to theme. All right. So we don't see anything yet. That's fine because we're not drawing anything yet. But now we will attempt to draw things. So here we want to say simp.set shader for color. Now we're going to want to factor these out later so we don't do them all the time, but for now, all right. We do this, and then what? It compiles. Great. So we want to draw a quad. We want to do an immediate quad between these coordinates. What are the coordinates? Well, let's do the colors. That's easier. C0 is button color, right? We can do fancier buttons later. Okay, so we need our P0, 1, 2, 3. P0 is going to be I don't think we have nice V2 functions or whatever, but yeah. R.x, R.y, right, P1. I actually like P0 to be in the lower left corner. Okay, R.x, R.y, and oh, dude, I used the insert key. Wait, that's not right. Okay, that's better. Like, this rect actually, I don't know, man. Okay, anyway. All right, let's put this up here. Okay, we do not see anything, which is, that's how graphics things go. Okay, so easily the biggest thing to be wrong is the points, so yeah. I mean, do I have my calling wrong? I mean, I think we shouldn't be calling, but I mean, this is a big enough rectangle. Big enough rectangle. Okay, it's not calling. I accidentally said crint. If all else fails, call the crint function. Okay, that's the problem. Arc, remember what I said you don't want to do? Okay. So yeah, our default button color is not initialized. There we go. Okay. That's a button. Congratulations. We're done. UI builder is complete. Ship it. Okay. So, crint. So yeah, let's go set some ugly colors for this. Right, we have a button theme here, and like b dot background color is dot I don't know. Super ugly background color over and rest. Okay. Text color. Okay. Alignment pad. Yeah, okay. This is all fine. Okay, wait. Now, when we go back to this, this is going to be, we'll call this core draw button, because I don't like a bunch of overloads with the same names where they actually go. I think if you overload things, right, that should be for situations where things have the same, I don't know. No, I do it both ways. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay. C0 is button color. All right. Draw button. Oh, because it's core draw button. All right. All right. Hey, look. Okay, well, right now we're always calling it with all the over and all that set to false. So the next step would be to port the next higher level button function. Okay, I'm going to make some more tea. while the tea is cooking in the tea oven, are there any questions about what we are doing right now? Questions. We're about to move on and actually do some things. I guess the next thing to do, actually before we do the higher level button, we should make the label work, right? I think so. Can I give an overview of different UIs? No, that would be way off topic, and that's a days-long discussion. Will this be in the standard library or just for the game? This will be given out with the compiler. Both the library, so the library that does all these buttons right now, not this, but this stuff, this will be given out as a standard module with the compiler, but also the actual UI builder program that we're also making will be given out as an example program, but you'll be able to use the buttons and all that stuff without using the UI builder if you want. Are we talking layout engine or just components or what? We're going to start with just components and then we'll do layout later, but we're not going to do web style layout because that's awful. Wonder if this came from the web dev criticism recently. I don't know what criticism that is. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. This is something like even going back to like my slideshow program, right? I would like to easily be able to make UI elements for my slideshow program, but I can't really do that, right? Etc. Like I would like to give people a cool file picker widget that they could use. That's not OS native, I guess. And like, how do you, like, there's just all sorts of things like that. Will this be in immediate mode or event based? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure that it matters too much. Right now, it's going to be immediate mode by default in the beginning, but I have some gripes with immediate mode UI. And so it might end up being a little bit more hybrid in some way. We'll see. Like it's never going to be like classic retained mode. That's just like too much weird management of data structures, but it might be a little bit less ImGUI than you sometimes see. I don't know. How would this differ from Dear ImGUI? It's a completely different, like how questions like that are so presumptive. It's like how you're going to make a car. How does this differ from this one car? It's like, well, it's a different car, man. Let people do things. Okay. I'll put it this way. I think my track record shows that I don't simply do things that are the same as things that already exist. Like if anything is true, that is true about my track record. Doesn't matter because right now we have a gray rectangle. Gray rectangles aren't much. Do you pre-rasterize a subset of the font characters up front? Yes, that is, well, no. I mean, they're rasterized on demand right now, actually. You could pre-bake some. I've never really found the need to do that. Okay, so what in the core draw button, I think so we do the quad. And then we're not drawing a button frame right now. We will do that in a bit. We're going to want to be able to theme the frame, right? And then we have the label. And right now we're making a label theme. And we're just setting the text color. Like, why? I think I didn't really finish porting this over because this takes like really low, like it wants to already know the width of the text, but then it wants the theme also. I don't know. Let's just see. So draw label. That's not the one that I'm calling. This is like core. Yeah, I have a cleanup on there for myself. So I'm going to go core draw label. Right. And we're going to make it work and then we're going to make it better. Right. So the font. So theme.font is label theme.font. So button theme has a font, right? So panel theme b.font equals default font, right? Okay. So core draw label. You don't have a choice. You have to pass a label theme. Align. Theme.align. Theme.alignment pad ems. All right. Dot alignment. So we don't need to pass these. Okay. Text width, text. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So we call this, we're going to not do scissor. We're going to not do scissor yet. Label theme. These really should go like from simplest to more complex. Like I kind of want label theme to be at the top. Okay, label theme. Text color is going to be okay. So this UI text origin, we're going to need theme.font in the rectangle, text width, character height. Like what? Why are we theme alignment pad ems, right? And then draw to, okay, this is going to then need to be simp draw text. Which I just want to get rid of this, right? Yeah, we're not working on that right now. Okay, draw text. Simp.draw text, theme.font. I actually don't think, I think we're good on floats for there. Text and theme.text color. Okay. I actually don't think we want to do this, because you don't want to be redundantly scissor check. If we already checked at the button level, then why are we checking here? Okay. So right, we didn't do text origin yet. Duh. You know what I want in Emacs? I want to be able to hit like Control F11, right, or whatever, and then F11 just goes to this file. Like I want to be able to set the few files that I'm working in and then function key that. I'm sure some editor has bind. I just don't want to stop and figure out how to do that in Emacs, right? Okay, UI text origin. Here we go. Text origin fonts. Rect. Get rect. Text width, character height, align, and padding in ems. Text baseline. I'm so glad that I cleaned a lot of this up already. All right. Entity panel, or panel. Text baseline. Okay. Label theme does not have alignment. What does it have? Oh, wait, what? Where did that come from? Oh yeah, the button themes alignment. So we do have to pass the alignment. Alignment pad ems in text origin. Dang it. Yeah, I'm silly. I got confused by this is called theme, but that's not the same. Yeah. All right, this is fine. This is fine. Oh, it's not C. We're not in C. We are not in C. What is going on? Alignment. Okay, 186. M. I don't have an M. Yeah, okay. This is going to be annoying. But okay. Okay. M. Okay. We're drawing a button. The button contains text. The text is not on the button. Okay. I admit that. But we're working on it. Oh, the T. Yeah, let's do the T. I got absorbed in what I was doing, much like the water absorbing the flavoring of the tea. It's a little oversteeped. Okay, we have a hello sailor. We have a hello sailor. We have a hello sailor. Let's see why. Core draw label, core draw button, label theme. We actually, our default button color should be brighter, by the way. Label theme. Dude, my brain is tripping right now. We're going to need some more snacks. Eventually, we're going to have to take a snack break, and I'll go to the store or something. But right now, we're powering onward. So why we're drawing this at what y coordinate? At the R, the rect. Get rect. Okay. This is the time where I try to figure out what my standard is, everybody. Do I do what I want and make the rectangle be the bottom left corner in a right-handed coordinate system and drive everybody crazy? Or do I do the stupid bullshit where it's the upper left corner? Like, these are the important decisions in life. Always upper left. I don't know about that. Upper left. Upper left is for chumps, guys. Center based? Well, the thing is, when you're drawing a line of things like buttons or something, you don't want to specify them by center unless the buttons are centered. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Lower right. Rather be a chump but not wreck your brain with UI stuff. Well, I mean, I always think about things from lower left. So, you know. Let user choose or no, we don't want to complicate. This is for the internal code. Like what the UI builder says to you is probably completely independent of this, right? I want it to be lower left for now, and if that's a mistake, then everybody will be sad. We should go middle out, right? Middle out. Text rendering. Which coordinate system is the graphics API using? Probably lower left. For applications, a window resize does not change stuff in the upper left. Yeah, that's independent of what we're talking about here. I mean, like for a language like English or just about any language, right? It goes top down. And then whether you go left to right or right to left depends on your particular language. But like you want the layout should have stability there, yes, and that should be independent of what this choice is. I'm just going to go with my heart, right? I'm gonna follow my heart. I'm gonna follow my heart. So there we go. Now we could do scissoring. I'm not sure if Simp has scissoring. Also, we don't seem to notice when we're over. Oh, because we haven't done the higher level button function. Let's do scissoring. Okay. Scissoring. And we've got to do a button frame eventually. Okay. Let's not... Okay. That's the bulk visibility test, right? So I mean, we're not scissoring by height exactly right now, but okay. So we're going to need push and pop scissor. Okay. And like, I almost want to put this in a different function. Yeah, it's not that much. Okay, so push scissor, pop scissor. Scissor stack. Where does that live? Probably in panel. No. So here we intersect the rectangles, right? Okay, so we need that. Set scissor. Why are there so many fucking levels of indirection here? All right. Okay. So now, does simp have scissor? Does not. So we need to decide. What is simp's UI for scissoring? And I think it's just you pass the coordinates and you say set scissor or clear scissor, right? So we peek this. So we're going to have simp, set, and clear scissor. Actually, let's just do this, right? X0, Y0, X1, Y1. Okay. Wait, I literally pasted. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do that. Okay. So now we don't have simp, set scissor. Okay. So, I mean, we do this in Sokoban. I've got so many windows still. Let's close this. Let's close this. We're not going to need this for a while, hopefully. All right, we'll leave those open. So, in Sokoban, actually, let's go. Okay. I am draw GL. So we can GL enable scissor test and GL scissor. All right. So okay. we're going to say I actually don't remember where GL scissor goes. GL scissor. X, Y, width, height. Oh, dude. All right, well, that's okay. Just adding, just to, sometimes you add to subtract again later. That's just how it is. All right. Okay, we're not exporting these. Boom. Still not exporting them. Okay. No, scope export. Set scissor, clear scissor. Set scissor. What is it? Does anyone see the problem? WTF. Why Black Dynamite? Why? I don't know why it wasn't able to see from there. I don't know. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. We wanted U32. All right. Make rect. Yeah, we don't actually have a fast way to do this right now. No. Okay. Okay, hey, look, we scissored. Worked the first time, sort of, kind of, after we got it to compile. Do I want to support non-rect scissors? Not in this API in this way. That is not what simp is for. Okay. This is great. We next what now? How, Sway? What now? Well, we could make our button a little bit bigger so that let's keep it sizzing a little bit. So there we go. Now we are testing the sizz, but we can see what it is. Let's get a moderately brighter default button color, and then we will proceed to doing more button things. So we want to draw the little frame around the button. Background color over. Let's make it like kind of a cyan. Cyan's a happy color, right? There we go. That's okay. So it doesn't react to us doing anything because we are not programming in React.js yet, but we're working on it. How do you transition from a simp prototype to real game code? What do you mean? What do you mean? Dude, every day people ship games written in way worse crap than this. Okay. So we're going to want draw frame. I don't know if we want to put that in a separate function though. It kind of has no utility outside here. So this old draw frame is kind of janky. But we could do a fancier one made, because it's just drawing rectangles, right? But you want to actually like bevel the corners or whatever. And we can eventually okay, so draw frame. Let's go on button theme. And this is going to be frame thickness as fraction of height. I don't know. Okay. Now you want to round, I don't know. We'll see. Do we, so sometimes I always wonder, like, do we want to snap buttons to integer pixel coordinates? Like you almost want to be able to render in either mode, like snapped or unsnapped based on what's happening. We'll go unsnapped for now because if we want to move stuff around smoothly, we don't want to snap. But eventually, yeah. Okay, so let's just say B. You're gonna make a nice short. B is theme dot times r dot h. Okay. So again, this multi-redundant. Okay. We don't have these right now. We're going to want them. So instead of sunken, we're going to say down here. I'm going to swap the colors. Yeah, B. Okay. So let's just start with one of them. All right. And then simp immediate quad P0, P1, P2, P3. Whoops. Whatever. So that's going to be darker color. Oh, Q0, right. Actually, no, okay. We'll do this for a second, but we're actually going to want something better. Okay, we don't have darken and lighten, right? So let's get those. These are just temporary probably anyway. Where's lighten? Oh, whiten. Oh, I was fancy. Ha ha ha. Look at this shit right here. It's actually kind of more lines than the other one, but let's do this. This is like some modern programming right here. Let's even put the assert in. Look at that. We've got our little button on the bottom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So now here's what we do. Our Q0, Q1, Q2, Q3 are going to be minus B, and B minus B. All right. So we're going to go Q0, Q1, no, P0, P1, Q1, Q0. We're going to go P0, Q0, Q3, P3. Nope, I got that wrong. See this? I got that wrong. Okay, how did I get it wrong? P0, Q0, Q3. Oh, these are wrong. Durr. Okay. P3, Q3, P2, Q2 in the lighter color, and then P1, P2, Q2, Q1 in the lighter color. Okay, the top row is messed up, but we're, like, what do you want? What do you want? And we, yeah. Top row, P3, Q3, Q2, P, yeah. Don't cross your P's and Q's, everybody. It's a recipe for bad news. Okay. How is that? How is that for some good shit? Okay. Okay. Well, everybody, I think the next thing is to sort of port the part of the drawing that does the higher level of the button that does like the over focus down and all that. Right? I think that'll be good. Any more questions about what we just did? Wrong location of white and black? Really? I mean, maybe we're just being different. Where would you put them? Because the sun is up and to the right. Light is left top? Really? Really? All right. We could do that very easily. So this is bottom, right? This is left. This is top. This is right. Are you happy now? Standard Win95 buttons are white left top. Well, if it's good enough for Bill Gates, it's good enough for me. Developers, 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 developers. 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 I need to turn on the heat in here. Developers. Okay. Let us see. Draw button. So in the core, oops, I'm in the wrong file. In core draw button, we only want to do this if there's text, for example. Because we're sort of calling into this with like radio buttons and all that. I don't think we should. I don't know if we go here for radio buttons and whatever. I think maybe radio buttons are their own thing, kind of like David S. Pumpkins. But who knows? We'll see. So what do we do? What button function do we call in, like in the color panel? Oh, we're calling my old fucking button function. Great. Great. Check button. Button. Which calls check button for some reason. Okay, and this is doing like placement and all this stuff, which is stuff that we're going to change completely. Okay. Oh, and hints, updating hints. Okay, I think this over focus and down stuff is going to be flags, right? Over focus and down. And okay, so here in core draw button, all right, we're gonna say over focus and down is we'll put those later after the text width. Status is a status flags. All right. And then down here, we're going to say button okay. And this is going to call core draw button of R text width status theme. All right, so status is a status flags. That's nothing. And okay. I don't know about allowing you to pass default themes all the time. I don't know. Anyway. Hold on. So if status is over, okay. Right. We're still calling the old thing from there. Oh, we need text width also. Button. We're just going to let it get the width again. Because, again, this client code is not really... yeah. And down. All right. Okay. Still, we're not going to respond to this because we are not doing anything about detecting stuff. So, in UI update, we're gonna make a per frame UI per frame update is gonna do a thing, just like Choco Taco. It's gonna do a thing. Okay. So what are we going to do in the per frame update? We're going to get the cursor position. I guess we'll do that from input. How do we get the cursor position? get mouse pointer position. I guess that is in modules somewhere. It's in window creation. Okay. Get mouse pointer position. Maybe we'll pass that. Okay, so we're gonna pass the window, and then we're gonna say get mouse pointer position. Now we're not handling multi-window UI yet, so we'll do that later, right? Hopefully that's the only other parameter. So I bet that returns an int, right? Yeah. X, Y, success, colon equals this. If success, okay. Okay. Great. So now that I have these, I could say, we might want to cache float versions of these. Let's do that. Okay, so floating point mouses. Now we got to use them. How do we use them? Well, we can ask we already ported this function of are we over a rectangle, didn't we? I remember I didn't like it. Didn't we? Oh, that was in Blobman. All right, so we're just gonna put it in here and then we'll maybe factor it out. Actually, we're gonna say get status flags. Okay, so, well, okay, if mouse x, let's just say x is mouse x float, y is mouse y float, just give us a nice name, x is greater than or equal to r dot x, and x is less than or equal to r dot x plus r dot w, and y y and y plus w. Status gets over. So, all right. Ding, 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 da, ding, 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 a dang, a dang, a ding, dong. Ding, a ding, a dang. Ding, a dang, dong. Ding, ding, dang, dong. Okay. So we can't press it yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Is this software rendered? It's GL right now, but you could imagine having a software rendering background, back end, or whatever you want. I mean, it's computers, right? It's computers. Okay, next. Next. Status flags. We want pressed. When was the button pressed? In input, so we need to know whoops. How do we do it? Oh. That's not helping me very much. Okay. Okay. So we want to cache the mouse button state at the beginning. What's it called? Pressed, right? I don't know. So we need this mouse button left state. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that for mouse button right as well. Why not? UI get button state is in UI manager. Okay. key current state and key code. We're going to say input, need more inputs. Current panel, oh, that's definitely not a thing. Just going to go null for now. UI can see event. I'm just going to say true right now. Going to work this out later. Okay. So now we are maybe setting that flag, but we are not really using it. So we're setting this pressed flag. We're not really retaining the state anywhere right now, right? So like we could put it in down mode if you're over it. I'm so over it. How did I do this for my old? Y from bottom is bad because text grows to the bottom. False. False. Oh, thank you about the rect. Yes, thank you. That would have been fun. So here is where I get to look at how did I do this before? Because the thing is, I have to do more original work here because I'm kind of porting over this UI code. If you guys remember on stream a couple months ago, I did all this nice stuff for these. But these guys use my old frickin' buttons. These are so old. These come from the witness, and then I just did a little porting job on them early on, right? And they don't have as much interactivity, although here I can press them. So like somehow I'm storing the state somewhere for these. So I just want to take a look at like what did I do in those cases? Like all these other guys with the nice transitions, that's all stuff that we did more recently, and we'll probably go do that at some point. But anyway, so it's definitely knows if it's over and selected and stuff. So for these buttons, they say selection and scene, lister mode names. So we say, we call a UI.button and oh. But I think also, I think it's storing some internal state here. Just making sure there isn't another weird overload. All right. So let me see what it says about has focus. Okay, I think we say focus captured. This is kind of bothering me a little bit. It's annoying me. I mean, we're going to need this later. It might be that my brain's getting a little tired and it's almost time for a break and we should come back later on. Would I rather be homeless or a web dev? I would rather be a web dev because then I can have a computer and very quickly I will be able to get out of web development. Whereas if you're homeless, someone will steal your computer even if you have one, or where are you going to plug it in? And then you won't be able to improve your situation very easily. Okay. So I would like to at least get this button so we could press it, right? I'm not actually going to worry about how, like, giving it a callback or anything, because I don't think we want to be callback based. I think we want to be more flexible because we're going to be generating code, right? So like, I kind of almost don't care yet, like, about pressing this button, right? Like about what happens. Although no, because there should at least be a way, because we're going to want to fire off whatever the data is, I guess. Okay. So it looks to me like maybe this stuff used the focus capture somehow. I want to keep looking a little bit. This is an old code that I did. So locked is whether you could press it or not. So we call draw, but this is a different draw button than the ones we've been looking at. Like, this is pretty straightforward, right? It doesn't have any of the fancies. Okay. So here we're saying, hey, did someone press the left mouse button? And were you inside the thing, right? This is also doing the frame around the button. So if we're active and we're inside and we check that the button was pressed, which, by the way, do we ever even use this? Nope. All right. So Down here, we're like, hey, was the button pressed? And then we say grabbing is blocked. So that's like a whole thing that we're going to do. I don't understand that part, the part about grabbing exactly. Somebody else added that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do about this button. If we go back to this one, we had our hash table of all these states. And we're going to make one of those. We're going to go okay, this mouse stuff is internal here to the module. So it's scissor stack. Oh, actually. Oh, this could be file. That's fine. Okay. We're going to have table underscore button is table U64 button state. All right. And we're going to duplicate all this hash stuff that I did for these other guys. Okay, so button state is just going to have a flag right now. We're going to do fancier stuff with it later. So we're going to go find or create button state. And that's going to go table find pointer, table button, whoops, button, hash, state, button state, table button. Okay. How did we get the hashes? UI get hash. Okay, we're going to, yeah, that's going to be interesting because we're going to be generating these buttons through common code. We're going to need a good way to uniquely identify them later. But right now, we don't really need that. Okay. Actually had a button state. Okay. We're just going to put all these states in here because why wouldn't we do that? It's good work that I recently did. So, all right, we need to get hash. Where should I put this? It'll go down here. All right. Uh-oh. I ran the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so this is still not going to do anything, but now we have a state for this button. Now, we'll be able to use that to animate the button very nicely and all sorts of things. So, I don't know how I'm using these. We're going to have to think about this later. But if state.pressed, status.pressed, okay. Okay, so now wait. Okay, we have to do okay. So that's still not going to react visibly, I don't believe, because we're not doing anything. So now we go to core draw button. Okay. This button colors of theme is not good. So let's fix that. We don't really need that right now. That was just a bridge. Have you seen the bridge? Okay. Okay, so you can see it's reacting. It's like flickering when I press it, but then it's going out of pressed mode, which I'm not sure why. We could make it to be impossible. Oh, actually, we'll just do that. Let's not confuse this. Like this over and down is not really right too, because this means you could glide over the button. It will get status. Oh, we return pressed from here actually. Okay. So we don't ever set down is the problem. So whoops, lowercase status. Hey, I can press the button and move my cursor all around and then let go. Oh, well, actually, it's, I can press it from anywhere on the screen. So that is not the play. Let us not press it from anywhere on the screen. I kind of don't understand. Needs to go up one branch. What? You can't type random phrases into Twitch chat and help me understand. Please delete the VOD. Why? Why? Why would I delete the VOD? Needs to go into if x is greater than or equal to... What needs to go there? You can't type random phrases that are subsets of sentences with no capital letters or punctuation and expect people to understand. I don't see the problem. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Move the down. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So what I was confused about was because they're both called down, I was just like thinking for a minute that yeah, I'm a little confused about what we would use this down flag for, actually. I don't know. Because, like, okay. Yeah. So we could do that. That's kind of where it was originally. But we still need, if it's down, we want to do that. Now, the button draw is going to be, okay, there we go. Can't press it out here. We could press it there. But it's, fuck, it's not, what's going on? Okay, see, this is the wrong thing. It's a little, I don't know about this. Anyway, so, okay. If you press inside here, or you ever let go of the mouse button while you're, it's just a little weird that we're directly checking the mouse button here, but, you know, there we go. This is how a good button behaves. That's not good though. Fuck. Yeah, see, the holding down the mouse button part is not, we don't want a down in here at all. System of a down is not right. So status flags, we could take down out of there for now, and we could put it back if we want later. Like, I don't even know. So if status, if we're pressed, oh, we need this. This is going to be confusing as hell. So we're going to have to maybe map two sets of flags or something. Hold on. This is not what we want. Yeah, okay. No, we just wanted this without that. Okay, so there. It doesn't, it gets active when we sweep over it. Maybe we shouldn't even get active, but that's a thing for later. Okay, good enough for now. We could like shift the text if we wanted to, but we're not going to do that. Okay, so let's get fancy now. That is enough to get us started on our UI builder. Like, the very next things that I think I would do is start giving you ways to control button layout and stuff. So this might be time for a break. We've been streaming almost 6 hours. That's good. We're going to come back later tonight and do this after a bit of a brain break. Want to hear my take on a view that deems even mem copies as too expensive for being implicit once struct defaults are used? A large array wanting to initialize them lazily instead. If you don't want your array to be initialized, don't initialize it. It's not rocket science. I don't see the problem. I don't see a problem at all. How does the compiler know that when the user specifies the type for the table's keys, it is a valid key type? What do you mean? What would make something invalid? As long as you can hash a key, it's a valid key type, right? So as long as you pass something where there's a hash function, which is a parameter to the table. There are some default hash functions for some known types, but there's also just a parameter. So if you pass a hash function to the table, it's a valid key type. Okay, plan for later tonight is we're going to have an environment where you could put buttons and you can control the buttons. And that's going to require us, first of all, we're going to start using our buttons, which is funny, in our builder. But then secondly, well, we'll see. We will see. We will see. I'm going to break for at least an hour, maybe a little more than that. But not a ton more because, like I said, I want to power through this weekend and have something good by the end. So we're going to do several more hours of programming tonight. All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. And I'll see you later on.